Welcome to today's presentation of the Zelda Ocarina of Time Music Superworld, created by Barnstorm. Barnstorm is a maker who is very well known to this stream. On his main profile, he has several end-to-end remakes of various video games, and we did feature, I think, his entire Breath of the Wild sequence when we were running a Zelda Dungeon stream some years ago. Earlier this year, we also featured Team Music World, which was a major collaborative project by the various makers in the music community, and Barnstorm was fairly instrumental in organizing that as well. And so this is kind of a capstone project of multiple interests that we have here, with a 40-course remake or tribute to Ocarina of Time that consists entirely of custom music levels. And we'll see exactly what that entails. So let's get right into it. Rather conveniently, we're still set up as Green Mario over here, in exactly the right colors for showing this off. This was actually entirely by coincidence. But he's going to put on this suit anyway, as we entirely expected. And, of course, before we enter anything, we're going to mess around as much as we can and see if we can make that jump. I don't think we can, really. Maybe? Oh, let's see. Yeah, we can. We've been away from this game for too long. Even the basic physics knowledge is going to elude us for a little while, as we get our feet wet again. There we go, there's the 50. And here comes the music auto-scroll for the title screen music. Oop. Let's be careful of those coins. We will, of course, be going for bonus rooms and the like wherever possible. And indeed, we have a forward-facing weapon, let's not forget that, even if it is slightly out of sequence with when you acquired it in the original game, because certainly you don't have it at the title screen. And, oops, there we go. Welcome, Jaslyn. You're asking, Mario Maker the day before Halloween? I think it is Halloween in some regions, isn't it? What day is it? Thought, in fact, most time zones are through at Halloween already, but anyway, today we're cosplaying as a reliable Mario Maker streamer. Which might be unfamiliar given everything else that we've been putting in the schedule this year. Am I going as a streamer for Halloween? Well, I suppose running this broadcast essentially counts. No, unlike a lot of people on Twitch, I didn't really have a specifically Halloween-themed program in mind, although I guess we're spending the entirety of this stream with our chosen player character dressed up as Link, so perhaps it qualifies in its own way. And Mario, welcome in as well. Anyway, this was just a quick little taste of what is to come, with both the title screen music and, of course, the fairy fountain there representing the save file selection as we get into the main adventure. So yeah, as always, we'll try to hit as many secret rooms or optional spaces as we can, but because we are playing this in the Super World format where you cannot re-enter courses, if we miss anything, we will just have to miss it. But here's the music scroll to load us into the Kokiri Forest. And here's Link's abode over here. actually get on top? Of course we can. Just to grab a few more coins along the way. And there's a coin. There we go. I don't know what the P-switch is exiting here for us, but I guess we'll find that out a little further along. Anyway, we'll grab all the coins we can. Total of 5 over here. We need to get to this some other way, unless we have something to stomp on. Yeah, we'll double back there. Do the bomb tutorial, as it were. It's been quite a long time since I last played Ocarina. And we'll pick up on as much as we can in terms of the more subtle elements that have been woven into this. Whoops, we can do better than that. But doubtless we'll miss a couple of the more delicate touches. This can't really get us much further over anyway, can it? Unless we... Oh, you know what? Just shoot that. We know how to play this game. Some of the time. And it tells you how long I've been away from Mario Maker this year. Anyway, let's see. There was something down there, of course, but we'll look at that once we bomb this out of the way. So it is a full 40-course sequence. We don't really have a good sense of how long it'll take me to go through all of it because, of course, we're taking advantage of all the optional exploration we can for the usual reason, which is just to see everything that the maker put in. But we'll sneak all the way around here just for the coin, which works out nicely. We will, of course, have to make our way back. But in keeping with how a lot of these timed segments worked, even in the original game, the way back is going to follow a slightly simpler course. Whoops, except, of course, I lost the sword. That's okay, we'll get the sword elsewhere. Let's not take a death here. There will be more sword refreshes a little further down, I think, as we'll absolutely need to take in order to maintain our present identity. And yeah, here, it's funny because this, you know, in spite of the fact this is clearly just a semi-solid overlap, it absolutely triggers the soft lock safety part of one's brain. Anyway, there we go. Probably not the most elegant way to do that, but we'll take it. And, well, we do have the key, so we might as well head in this way, which seems more or less required, and then let's continue. Anyway, auto-scrolling segment. As we enter the woods, unfortunately can't grab the swords that are there as instruments. But we'll see if we can make it past all the Deku Babas on our way to the Great Deku Tree, which looks really quite ill over here, as you can see. I don't think he was terribly happy with our performance. Anyway, I assume we're diving into the tree next and burning a couple of spider webs along the way or something. And indeed, inside the Deku Tree. No coin collection this time, but we'll see what else there is to pick apart. You can tell the tree is really sickly because we're already all the way on top. Anyway, in we go. Its bark is worse than its bite. Well, not getting in here without the sword, so not quite the Master Sword, I guess, yet. But we'll pretend it's a lesser sword. Anyway, we do have the multi-level climb that was also true of the original dungeon. Remaking a lot of game spaces is something that we're quite familiar with in Barnstorm's repertoire. Also, very early on in Maker 2, I remember that somebody else's multi-dungeon Ocarina of Time remake was early on one of the most popular concepts, pretty much as soon as the Link power-up came out, back in 2.0. Rather predictably so, and so... I mean, I don't remember the super world, not the super world necessarily, but the sequence of levels that I was thinking of precisely enough to really make many direct comparisons, but obviously having a full remake of the soundtrack here is something that is kind of characteristically Barnstorm. We have to actually talk properly today. There we go. Anyway, gonna lower this, and then as expected, it wouldn't be the inside of the Deku Tree were it not for setting a lot of things on fire. Okay. Well, let's just follow the curve of the power block and take it easy here and take it all three. And that's just a timed shot that's going to shut off the power blocks and give us this passage down below. We'll pretend that's the webbing. Probably should have caught something on the side here. Oh, there was a coin up top. Let's make our way up. And then what do we get for shooting this POW? One drop down here, that's what I thought. Whoops, I did not expect to run into my own explosive over there. That's okay, if we need a sword, we'll go back and grab one. Or just go to the next pipe that dispenses one. It's one thing that, I mean, even in Maker 1 was true of a lot of amiibo costume levels, that to maintain the theme, naturally you do need to periodically just give the player the power-up refresh. Which has this effect of naturally making a lot of costume experiences inclined towards being on the gentler side. Which in some ways is a good match for a lot of the audience that it could appeal to. Absolutely something that we've talked about quite a few times before in terms of the transition to Maker 2 from Maker 1, that a lot of very heavily thematic design or costume fantasy having dropped out, not just because of the loss of the amiibo costumes, but a lot of the other customization that's possible. This is just a 1, 2, 3 sequence. The thing about these is, I've talked about this many times before because I've designed something like this myself, and it does come up that whenever you have numerical sequences, it is possible to misread them. It's possible to read them essentially in two different ways. I'm trying to figure out how to explain this properly. But anyway, you can read this as 1, 2, 3. Oops. But yeah, I'll untangle the point I'm trying to make later. But I'm reading this as 1, and then 2, and then 3. Oh yeah, I think because alternatively, when people read a numerical sequence like this, they could read it to mean, like, do it in the order 2, 3, 1. Like, for example, 2, 3, 1. But the fact that this is vertically aligned with the squares below, I think makes it a little clearer that it should probably be the first interpretation, whatever it is. And it should be shot. Front shot. Drop shot. There we go. Drop shot. And then bomb. Bomb where? No, you're supposed to jump. Okay, no, I get it. You drop shot. Then you drop shot, but then you run across. And then you drop a bomb on top. There we go. So yeah, it kind of spells out the solution to this sequence here. To get in and out this way. Absolutely doable without the clue, but it's something that would likely maybe stall an audience that's less used to lock sequences like that, especially in dungeon number 1. But it does give you an idea of what to expect. And of course we're pretty low on time. Of course we could do the link head bump with the P-switch anywhere we want. I don't know that we have a particularly good reason to. Because if you take the P-switch, then you can jump onto the platform and ride it across. About 10 seconds to do this. Whoop. There we go. While the pipe is still open. And then this just stalls you until the P-switch expiry, as expected. Oh, no, I have to not die to this. That was close. I was still saved by invincibility frames right there. That was entirely too close for comfort. 30 seconds, by the way, to get out of the tree. Might have to hit a checkpoint here before we deal with the Goma. We're gonna die to this. Just watch. There we go. Oh! Lost a sword. Grab the sword. Now, can we actually get out of here quickly enough? No time to look at it. Well, we got the checkpoint. We got the key. I guess there would be some kind of key spawn that happens directly there as well, unless we missed some side door. But anyway, here's Goma. But we're not really going to have time to look at her before having to return for a second pass here. But that's okay. So yeah, we are given the key immediately. I wonder, having brought a key here originally, I think you are guaranteed one by that point. I didn't really have the time to look at that and inspect it properly. But let's take a look at Goma. Lovely wiggler design on the legs of the arachnid there. Lovely effect there too, with the globs of spittle coming down upon us. I would like a sword if I can. It's on the left. Yeah, we always approve of that you have to kind of earn a power-up and do something skill-based to get it back should you lose it, so you're not just sitting on an infinite spawn. That's absolutely the kind of boss design finesse that we expect from a maker of Barnstorm's experience. We should clear the board here at some point, but we can just go like this and just watch our flank here. Sit in a safe spot. Bomb that out of the way, just for good measure. And I wonder if there is a way to get all the way up top. I don't really see it. It would be impossible, but interesting to think about. And yeah, just Bit of a power-up check over here, and then... I kind of thought that was the flagpole, which is why we shot the coin. It looked very much like it was supposed to be the exit. Anyway, let's get out of the tree. And finally, into Hyrule Field for the original Legend of Zelda Overworld theme and variations thereof. But first of all, the sunrise. Whoop. First of all, a near-death experience at sunrise. Whoop. Let's sneak out of here. Yeah, you have to let all of the Stalfos sink back into the earth there. We really shouldn't have lost access to that there, unfortunately. I actually kind of want to take a death here and redo that. Let's actually keep the sword at the beginning so we can grab coin 1 with an arrow easily. Otherwise, we should have dashed ahead. And try to do a back shot a little earlier. Good thing we didn't get crushed by the note blocks here. But yeah, obviously all the timing is just kind of given to this level by the auto-scroll, but it is actually kind of beautifully set up to have you jump on the dry bones exactly when the Stalfos start to crumble again by daylight. That's a lovely touch. Oh, come on. A lot of stumbling out of bed this morning on Link's part. There we go. We can shoot from time to time. I bet we can get a key off of him. Do we want to try? No, I guess not. Okay, and then probably 4th coin for safety at some point after this. Particularly given that his past checkpoints. And might as well grab what we can. Whoops, never mind. Well, hopefully coin 4 as the safety coin should not be an issue for us here. Extra sword here that's not an instrument. Just in case. Now this kind of assistive clue we can absolutely do with, given how terrible I am at diagonal shots. Oh, I didn't enter the door. I just ran straight into the flagpole. Okay, that's fine. Unfortunately, we won't get a chance to redo for whatever the bonus room was there, but that's okay. The reason I ran right past it was I actually should have taken a look at this a little more clearly to know that it wasn't something like a hidden one-way panel or something that would just stall me there. But yeah, we should be maybe a little more attentive to where exits are potentially located and be greedy about spending keys. Lest we get into that situation once more. Here's the castle courtyard. Probably a good bit of sneaking to be done here, but we'll see exactly how it looks when we get there. No sword yet. We are, however, going to get Super Mario Galaxy momentarily. Before that's been cancelled out to a somewhat stealthier experience. One of the things that we often talk about when it comes to going through fully tracked music levels is just how much mileage to get out of a relatively constrained entity budget. And of course, part of that is just using things that are on a different budget, like power-ups or the musical instruments where possible, but some of it too is just making very efficient use of non-budget elements like terrain to evoke as much of the experience as they can. Of course, in the case of this super world, it has the benefit of just breaking things down as much as possible over multiple levels, in case one segment should be particularly budget heavy. But certainly the complete experience of the Deku Tree dungeon, complete with the Goma boss, was something to behold, that it didn't really sacrifice too much in terms of musical complexity in order to cram in everything else that was going on. Anyway, circling around the castle guards as always. Feels very much like the original. We probably shouldn't attack into them. But if we do, I mean, it doesn't really solve the problem, right? It's pretty much why they are tracked in such a way that even if you strip them off of the hazard's hitbox is still there. I forgot to tap an on-off somewhere, didn't I? Because no, you have to raise Divine and then you have to reactivate an on-off elsewhere. That's right, it's just here. Okay. We're paying attention, some at a time. Kind of want to see the top corner here. I doubt anything's going on with it, but... it's okay, let's not mess around too much. Okay, more auto-scrolling. For the first appearance of Zelda's Lullaby as we approach our first sight of the young Princess Zelda, however she's going to be represented here. Zelda's Lullaby, of course, originally appearing in A Link to the Past. And still, after all at this time, one of the most durable of Koji Kondo's signature melodies. Anyway, I guess we'll just have to imagine running into young Zelda here and everything that entails as we get sent into World 2 with 69 Luigis in the bag. And yeah, descriptive as you said, the map rocks so hard. One thing is that we haven't really commented yet on the layout of the Super World map itself. It's something that you can very often just sort of stop noticing, I think, if you played a lot of Super Worlds in this game, because obviously the makers put a lot of care and attention into which sprites they're using for the particular levels to give you a sense of the adventure and a sense of place, but the Super World map decoration, I think, has never been quite flexible enough to allow for a great deal of differentiation, so they do have a way of blurring together, unfortunately, but let's check this side first. 5-coin collection over here. I love how the Gooms here are roly-poly Gorons, except a little more fragile than I remember. But of course, this being the Goron zone, there's going to be lots of bombardment, as we would reasonably expect. You know what, let's just tap, and there we go. Now, let's see. We might as well open up this passage. Get inside the fire cavern to the left. By the massive Goron face. And the snake block up top. Wonder if there's a semi-solid overlap that prevents it from going anywhere, but we can check. I would expect it's not really going anywhere, though. Yeah, I didn't think so. Oh, whoops. That was a bad angle. Yeah, because you are supposed to tap it and send it over here, I think. Or stomp, like this. No, but why would you? In order to get the coin up there. Well, anyway, we need to come back with a sword at some point. Or nothing's getting done. So let's do this first. And we'll go back to see what that was all about. Yeah, we can curve back down around. Yeah, because you should be able to let's see, because I'm thinking that if we tap it, well, no, we should get around it. Actually, no, that's a mistake. Okay, no, you're supposed to stomp here, but when you stomp here, then... Ah, I see. No, you drop a bomb here, stomp here. Yeah, that's what it is. We know how to play this game. Some at a time. But then you do need to get there safely first. In order to get there safely, you do need to blow through the spike ball, which we can do. We have our ways. Here we go. It's a Goron zone. Rule of thumb is that bombs solve everything. Anyway, speaking of which, right, this is the big, the word completely escapes me at the moment. Container inside the Goron City. Let's get back up here and do a bit of a bomb drop that is going to be carried away, but it's clearly supposed to be targeted from this location when nothing is obstructing. There's a bit of a timed element here. There we go. Having activated that, we of course still need to complete the final coin, which is going to be up top. Everything is one checkpoint segment, so it's not a safety coin situation. We just need to go back up to the top and grab coin 5. Also, as for this 50 coin here, well, if we are within range for that bomb, that takes care of that. This is just a bit of a seesaw segment, I guess. No, I'm just supposed to stand on it. And it'll break from the hard block squish, I think. There we go. No, I weigh myself down. There we go. And then let's get out into safety. One thing that we definitely find to be quite nice about this project having this full super world scale to it is that you can actually have enough room in your budget after the track music to make some puzzle sequences emulating the Zelda style in the original game, which I think often gets lost in a lot of music levels just for lack of time and space. But anyway, we'll just get over here with probably access to the flagpole immediately if I had to guess. Looks very much like it. Starting to learn to recognize that, at least when we see the rather obvious exit pipes. Anyway, into Dodongo's cavern we go for more bombardment. It's kind of interesting that while it's far from the only instance that after all this time, whenever I see instances in video games where you throw things into something's mouth, I keep thinking of that as the King Dodongo moment. Just a classic example of the form. I'm not even that particularly personally attached to Ocarina of Time as a game, to be honest, but there are just too many things that are significant and influential about it that just gives you this whole design vocabulary. Anyway, look at the jaws that we're entering over here. This is going to be vines, as expected. I actually kind of think that if we pop these, I wonder if the note blocks also give you vines. Yeah, they do. I thought they would. As that added layer of redundancy for people who break levels far too early. Anyway, this is clearly a bump, but I thought I'd bomb everything anyway, since that's what we do in the Goron zone. Or Aquamentus there, just stuck with a door transition in the wrong game. Okay, so now we're going to get over here. This is, of course, the Lizalfos mid-boss fight. Complete with all the hopping that they do, which is such a signature element of the Lizalfos design in the 3D branch of the series. But yeah, you actually do get the keys here to do a little more of the dungeon sequence. You'll notice that this hub zone is silenced here to kind of ensure that we have enough interactive elements to work with. And yeah, we have this whole sequence here, which we're going to do. It's funny because I have the vaguest memory of having played other Mario Maker remakes of Dodongo's Cavern that approach this segment in a very similar way with the steps here. I guess we should take those out. Oh yeah, I guess you needed to do that without the on-off in its current states. The on-off... Well, you're not really going to be able to shoot it at this point, but I suppose the 30 coin reward is potentially for... No, we can just hit it from below. What are we talking about? It's just one-way panels here, so never mind. Okay. Anyway, this is going to be a bump. Get it out of the ladder, and then we'll get up top over here to give us a tap. And then we have the central segment over here where we're going to probably do that bomb drop that happens later. Well, let's see. First of all, we'll deal with the thwomps here in the central segment where we're crossing over, and then... Oop. Nothing here but as plants. Side thwomp, interesting. Oh, good thing we watched that. But anyway, up the step ladder we go. This looks like it has to be timed. Oh, whoops, no. Well, I mean, that's why it gives you more swords, so you can fail that as much as you'd like. There we go. Okay. I see bombs up top for presumably the entity check on the mini-boss, or rather Koopaling budget. Actually, no, those are... yeah, that's right. It's just the eyes above. Which work as the entity check for the on-off switches here for both of those protruding pipes. Let's think about reverse engineering it later. Let's actually win the fight first if we can. There we go. Okay, so we've done the double tap on the on-off switches, and then that just lets us proceed. You've got the return sequence down below, so you can get back up here as needed. And yeah, this is the central segment with dropping your bombs into the slots here. I've seen this implemented in any number of ways before, but here this really kind of replicates the visual of the original skull. Whoops, that was not great. Let's see. I mean, we did spawn divines to the left in case we need to grab a sword somewhere instead of losing immediately. We do need a sword there anyway to bomb out the right side, so let's just drop down and try not to die. And probably get through this door, but we'll mind the time here and see. We can just probably go through the lock, but let's go up first. See what we can do. I mean, we're running low enough on time that priority should be to perhaps find a checkpoint or something, but that's just a one-up location. Okay, let's do the key door next. See what we can do with the remaining 60 seconds. Bit of a lengthy passage here, but we will need to do the bump to open up the passage down below and hit a checkpoint that we're likely going to have to reuse for time's sake. Anyway, massive Dodongo mouth to throw bombs into here. Oh. Yeah, like down below, you've got this series of spikes, by the way, that actually kind of protects you from just falling into the poison and dying immediately, which is well camouflaged. One of those classic overlaps that is so common to the way that the poison theme is deployed in troll levels. Whoop. Sword, please. We'll die to the timeout anyway, that's okay. I like how the transition effect there is Wart from Super Mario 2, Super Mario USA. That's the most Dodongo-like thing we're going to get. I guess even Aquamentus was not too far off from the Lysalphos earlier. Oh yeah, no, we just need to dodge first. Yeah, we can't actually throw against a conveyor belt in the off state, which we would have noticed quite easily if we had time to actually think about this properly. A lot of interesting subtleties here, that when you do have the state change after bombing the Zongo, you do have this defensive phase where you are not going to get a sword refresh, you do just need to survive this properly. We do have a somewhat safe spot over here. I feel like with the reactivation of the P-switch, though, you're not allowed to just stand there indefinitely. We do, in fact... Oh, actually, no. The P-switch has... frozen everything to the right there. We could have just continued. You know what? No, we could have just exited. The pipe gives you an exit on the P-switch. I didn't think about the exit. I was too busy thinking, oh, the belt has frozen. Let's see what we can do there now. But we were absolutely entitled to just exit the fight at that point. Anyway, let's not stand too close to the blasters. We're trying to get a power-up refresh. I was expecting to have a little more back and forth on the bombardment because I was still kind of talking about it, expecting the state change. So I could point out a little more of this defensive phase here in the off state where you just have to survive without the benefit of additional swords. Oh, and yeah, you see, you just have to stay alive long enough for the switch to toggle back over, grab another sword, and then do the third bombardment. Very much the kind of classic Nintendo boss rhythm of phase 1 and 2 and a slightly more complicated phase 3. But with a very simple 3-hit pattern. Anyway, that's going to reset before anything drops out on our head yet again, so let's get over here and try to throw properly this time. That was not it. And we'll wait in the safe spot until we have an opportunity to drop a bomb once more. And then let's actually exit. Whoops, missed a chance to keep the sword. But we'll get another one immediately. And, oh, we should have shot the 50 coins. I keep getting deceived by the flags, even though the distance there from the flag to the right side border was pretty clearly the flag to boundary distance. So yeah, note to self, shoot the 50 coins. Instead of getting faked out by every single one of them. Anyway, into the serene calm of Kakariko Village. Yet another return to the music of A Link to the Past. When we get there. Anyway, let's see what we can do here. No, villages abound. What happens when we take out the Goom? Personal satisfaction, that's what. Anyway, houses galore that we're not going to be entering. No pink coin collection this time, incidentally, but we'll head up along the watchtower anyway, and oh, could have done something there. Let's explore there anyway. Are the Goombas with the wings supposed to be cuckoos here? Because I kind of think they are. Maybe if we kill a certain number of them, they... Ah, it's a clear condition, 3 out of 7. We are supposed to hunt them down and destroy them. I was not paying attention to the clear condition text whatsoever there. Just coins. But let's hunt down the others before we blow up the whole village. Oh, nope, dropped out. Didn't see this little slot here with the semi-solids. We'll go back up. We'll just circle around back up top. And be a little more careful this time. 5 out of 7. Let's just continue up here. You can't really get up there though. At least not in our present state. Let's see if we can make that jump. It looks a little distant, but I feel like with an edge jump there that it looks like it's within reach, but my mental calculation for just might be just completely off. Yeah, because we're falling just far short enough that I am given to wonder. But yeah, no, I think that's maybe a touch too far. Regardless, there is a key door that's available here. That's something separate from the clear condition, although it might just... Well, this one obviously would be exit only if it were a passage that wasn't just something cosmetic. Anyway, up top we go, and then we'll fire away at 50 and see what we can do with this goom over here under that conspicuously diagonal slope in the ceiling. Anything to get stuck on up here? Not yet. Not very often that you get something this down tempo at this scroll speed. This looks like it's getting close to the flag zone here. Let's just proceed carefully. This is totally the flag. Definitely one consistent feature of the Super World so far is that every single goal is disguised. There's been a lot of care and attention to that, and we should not have expected at this point. Anyway, down we go. You can tell by the cheep cheep on the map that this was going to be Jabu Jabu's belly. Maker 2, I always have to pause for a moment and remember, Maker 1 and Maker 2 differ with this. Maker 2, yes, this is safe. The overlaps are a bit different between the two. Anyway, into Jabu Jabu's belly. This is already visually prettier and a lot less noisy than the original Jabu Jabu's belly. Now, how is this going to handle the Ruto escort? I wonder. But we'll find out. Obviously, some kind of object is going to drop here. It's going to be the track up above. It's going to drop down here, and then the platform's going to wiggle left and right once we get there and grab the key. Oops, I think we could use a sword. Oh, we got a Ludwig somewhere here. I'm bound up with the blooper. We keep losing the sword. Can I get another one closer by? Let's find out. Let's find out the hard way. Here we go. There's a sword as well as fuzzy helmet. Okay, so here we probably eventually have to have an on-off switch. Well, I mean, obviously, but this is going to be a drop from up top, and then the gate is also going to be opened by the elimination of the twisters with the on-off switch. But we have to loop back there first. Up to the top row. We can just climb. I don't know why we're doing this. However, you can swim down here to eliminate that. Muncher to the left. And let's stomp him out immediately. Can we bomb this? Oh, let's get out. Now, can I swim under? Yes, I can, of course. And then we'll grab this off the pedestal. Now let's not get too stuck down here. Drop too far below. Right, do we just continue circling until we... First of all, probably return here after the key interaction and the on-off. Need to bump the muncher over here with the helmet, and then there we go. The yellow mushroom platforms here really do add to this being the belly of the whale aesthetically. Still prettier than the original. It's an absolute eyesore of a section. I always thought. Okay. Whoops. No, let's grab this. And, you know, actually shoot things accurately for once. That would be nice. I mean, we do want to maybe lead the plant. To have it fire off angle a bit. Whoops, no. Let's get rid of this one. Why is this one still here? Why don't we just take care of that in the first place? Much saner this way. Like I said, diagonal shots, not our forte, but we will drop down here and continue. And yeah, again, it doesn't make sense to leave those alive for as long as we've been doing that. Nope. Well, that's okay. The sword's right here. We can just recklessly take damage as much as we want, apparently. And open up the passage in the lower level. Same idea here, where we get zapped repeatedly until we hit the switch. Well, it's going to happen until we actually hit this thing. But we did need to get rid of the pokies first, that's the thing. It'd be nice if we could, you know, actually dodge the mechas from time to time like that. With a little bit more finesse, but that works well enough, I suppose. And that'll get us back to this side with the off state, which will then allow us to proceed down here with the twisters down. Checkpoint, and moreover coin before checkpoint for whatever key mechanism is going on up here. Right, this is the bit where you have to circle around endlessly. Honestly, it's a lot more playable in 2 dimensions. Where you don't have to spend your time just out running in circles. However, we are at a bit of an impasse here. Whoops. And could also use another sword. This is a slight problem. Well, theoretically, I guess this has to be winnable with a sword. We need to not get stun locked. Couldn't really see a good passage to get up there. But let's try this again a little more cleanly. Yeah, so you have a limited number of swords, and I guess that's just a limited number of chances. Maybe it's not that doable without the sword after all, but that's okay, at least we got the kill. And then Entity Limit is going to release the platform going up above. If we can actually get up there safely. Yeah, one-way panel over there. Let's just ride this up, and then... What was up top on the top right? That's just a drop zone for the enemy, I think. Anyway, there's our key. And that allows us to potentially... Oops. Well, first of all, land these jumps and then proceed. Whoops. To the platform drop over to the key door that was in the first section. Chess Bunzo, welcome. Hope you've been doing well. Don't know if you've been able to get much tournament travel in recently, but either way, I hope the games have been good. Oh. Okay, boss time once again. And I guess once again it's going to be a matter of trying to do the diagonal shots up to on-off switches. No, actually conveyor belts tell me... No, the conveyor belts are just cosmetic here. Let's actually try to land these shots. However, you would need to get them past the wigglers. Let's get a sword here. Sword, please. Oh. Rather too dangerous there. Much too dangerous, but we'll grab the other sword on this end. And just dodge a bit. Okay, the wigglers do kind of momentarily get out of the way. Might have a little bit of trouble here, though. Just need to dodge while lining up the shot and trying to find its timing for it. Not quite happening yet. We just need to wait for the previous swords, I think, to float far enough off screen that we're finally going to get a new one. Yeah, it has to be just a shot through. Because here it finally got one. And only to lose immediately. You said you played in Lexington, Kentucky last weekend and it went well, yeah? Good to know. And whoops, there we go. Okay, let's watch this timing once more. Just have to watch a lot of different parts of the screen at once, which is always a tricky task. But we will, however, get the on-off switch released just in time to get another sword. Yeah, we kind of need to lead the projectiles well out of the way to find the timing that we need, but that's going to be enough to get us through. And directly onto the flag as Jabu Jabu just barks us back out. I guess we didn't have to do much of a Ruto escort after all. Which is fine by me. Let's continue. And... oh, right. We needed to just continue to the pipe. I completely lost track of where we were on the map. Here we are. And thank you for the GG. Getting close to that 99 life cap here. But anyway, here we approach the Temple of Time, and then 7 years will pass before we get into World 3, apparently. Oh. We will, of course, have to get through the joyful Castletown theme first, without getting squished over here. Anyway, here's a Temple of Time. What is signature cathedral rose? Alright, let's transport ourselves straight into the welcoming arms of the apocalypse. And we'll have the Song of Time here, illustrating a rather darker vision of the homeland that we've just explored. Whoops. Yeah, much more starkly monochromatic than we usually see with the castle tile set, but I guess that's because we're so far out of the way of the lava that's usually such a feature of this theme that it looks like a totally different theme, and just by lacking that shade of orange that, or red rather, in SMP1 that gives it such contrast. Marvin Beach Mouse, this is a recently created world. It was released in July of this year, so just a couple of months ago, but the earliest uploads on the profile that was specially created for this world date back to 2023, so it's been assembled over quite some time. But yeah, rather big undertaking. It's a full 40-course music world. Anyway, World 3 is somewhere in the future. And yes, so notice, incidentally, we were talking about how often we don't pay enough attention to what's going on with the world map layout. In this particular case, notice that the World 3 layout, since it is just a future version of Central Hyrule, replicates the World 2 layout for the most part. The pathing is a little bit different, of course, but that, if I'm not mistaken, we had something similar going on here. Or maybe I'm wrong. I mean, we did go through the pipe and everything previously to get through this. But anyway, it looks reasonably familiar. Except apocalyptic, I guess. We'll have a bit of a different sequence here, but it seems like the idea of getting out of the top right corner for the Temple of Time in World 2 and warping to the top right corner of this map here is very much the intention of the design, and we're going to, of course, lose the sword immediately as we give Sheik's melody a listen here. And we're just going to miss every single coin from lack of sword. That's okay, we're nearly capped at lives anyway. The coins don't matter too much for us at this point. Anyway, we here are going to learn about the 3 goddesses or whatever, and then bomb the temple anyway. Anyway, descriptive as you were asking, chat, how was Halloween? Oh, I don't know, how was yours? Speaking of which, we have come out of the future Temple of Time. Looking very stark over here, and then, of course, we'll reverse course from how we entered this location before. And see all of the boos about representing the pose. And look at that. So, yeah, interesting that even though the axe is always this preset end of the course with a certain distance, getting to the end here, that right-left movement makes it feel like we're sort of organically approaching that exit to Hyrule Castletown. We see what Ganondorf has done to the place. Lon Lon Ranch. Very appropriately, we have the Chain Chomp here. I guess it's maybe several steps down a particular chain of association that you have the Chain Chomp, of course, associated with Link's Awakening. But having it representing the wrench in this game, it's still kind of evocative. Whoops. And, well, not without a sword we don't. We can't tap that thing, but we do need to tap it and get it out of the way for the first of the coin collections. Let's find a sword, and we need to collect one off of there as well. Okay. And the limit locally is just going to move that out of the way for us with the spring. Vine up here, I don't know if we can really do much up here, but previously we've been rewarded with exploring these locations. Doesn't look like we can really get there, though. Speaking of chain jumps, let's take this out. Yeah, I guess eventually we'll need to collect all the coins, go through here, pop out the other side, and then we'll see what to do. This is just a muncher bump, though. Have to detach one from the other. And pop it, and then I can't really pop it further. Whoops, nope. I have to get the sword. Same kind of interaction here as we spawn everything back in position. We were just bouncing this for no reason. Oh, that was a mistake. Well, now we need to do it again with the sword being just out of range of a lot of things here. Actually, no, we approached it cautiously enough that we didn't move the first one. Okay, that works. Bomb this location, grab the coin, and then we need one more for the door. No, I wasn't really looking carefully here, was I? Let's back and see. It was coin 1, coin 2 was over there, and then coin 3 over that piranha, which will require me to do a little bit of bouncing, I think, unless I'm completely misreading this. Actually, no, we just need to fire some arrows, probably. Drop shot it like this, and that's exactly the location that we need. Yeah, you're saying the Lon Lon Ranch music is so chill. Yeah, very much so. I always loved how that was worked into the stables motif in the most recent Zelda duology as well. The breath and the tears. Okay, so yeah, I guess the chain chomps are your noble steeds. As they should be. You need to shoot some of this stuff on time, though. And we'll just keep on bouncing. Bouncing a little too far, but that's okay. Okay, now let's continue over here, and I'm guessing that, yeah, I was guessing that with the Ghost House team there, that this was going to be the graveyard. And, well, we don't have the sword yet, so we're not tapping that until we've acquired it. Nope. There we go. That didn't seem to accomplish very much, but you never know. Yeah, because of course, in keeping with the time travel of the original game, all of this layout is familiar to us from when we were last here in World 2. When the Goombas were part of the clear condition. Because here we're in the apocalyptic version of Kakariko Village. And all these Goombas, even though we cleared them for the clear condition earlier, are still here, just to evoke that we haven't solved anything. Regardless, we do need to make it to the graveyard then. So yeah, that's another nice thing about this world having a super world's worth of material to work with, is that it can do things like that and really create this continuous sense of space by repetition. But anyway, we'll approach the graveyard over here, and whoops, nope, that was close. Awfully close. We'll have to bomb all this out here, because that's just the kind of grave digging we do with the tools available to us. Anyway, here we are. Ah, right, and then we have the Pochase over here that, whoop, is going to gate us off slightly up. It's okay. At least we can see from the swords where our track lighting is, and that wasn't enough to get me over that gap. Pretty interesting implementation of this sequence, actually. I mean, due to the music, you're going to be auto-scrolling anyway, so... Yeah, the thing is, in a dark level, let's not mess around. If we don't see lights, let's not assume there's anything there. That is safe. Did something just spawn here? There we go. Dry bones, or Stalfos, as it were. That kind of came out of me suddenly. Let's watch out. Yeah, a really fun solution to the problem of how to replicate this sequence. Okay. Now, let's take advantage of all that generous lighting here without falling into too many pits. And, well, we've got the claw over here that's going to capture something for us at some point. Well, let's just get over here. I thought that might have been the flag, but I wasn't sure. I was looking at it carefully to see, okay, is that enough to actually disguise it the way that we see in some other themes? But yeah, it certainly is. Anyway, time for the Minuet of Forest. As we approach the Lost Woods sequence. And how lost will we get? We'll find out. Whoops, no, we need bombs here, rather. There we go. And that was unfortunate, but... well, we don't have the sword, so we can't really do much about that 10 coin. And we need to bomb the bottom right, so... back we go for the sword and for the whole sequence once more. And we'll just dig away down. I don't know if the Boom Boom here is meant to be the Skull Kid chase. I guess it makes a certain amount of sense. Sometimes I find that some sequences from Ocarina and some sequences that are similar in Twilight Princess kind of blur together for me. But anyway, we'll circle around over here in this maze segment and... come on. There we go. Yeah, it's the Lost Woods, so it gives you a little maze here to get lost in. That is appropriately so. I mean, you know that with the bottom left corner here, nothing's going to happen along that path, but... and there's the bomb segment down in the bottom right there, but we'll check this top part anyway. Oh, interesting. So you actually have multiple paths that are available. But, no, if this is a horizontal subworld, this should be nothing, right? This is a vertical world, though. So that's going to break that down and move the camera. I wonder if you do need to break that anyway in order to unblock the scroll for that segment. Well, no, it lets you scout. I'm sure there's going to be another scroll break later that lets you continue that way once you've come out the right side. So yeah, it's kind of interesting that this is a vertical subworld, but it's using the scroll break on both axes in in order to create this effect. And if you did not break the little one there just now, then this will get you through. Anyway, drop Boom Boom out of there, as usual. Let's just let him jump around a little bit and get out of here. And down we go. Kind of wonder how the forest temple inversion is going to happen later, whether it's done by something like an upside down zone. But, oh, anyway, let's take the boss over here and there's a bit of a problem. Oh, couldn't get out in time. Look at all the death markers in this room over here. Rather simpler if you don't lose the sword. Avoid fire. There we go. Wasn't sure I was keeping the sword there because of the massive overlap on the spinning death animation. Anyway, we're going to learn the minuet and continue from there. Oh, nope. Lovely touch there, right at the end. Anyway, I guess we aren't really going to wrap around there, but we'll jump on up, enter the forest temple. Yeah, because this is the hookshot grapple location. If I recall, that gets you over to the temple entrance, and it looks like this might just be the flagpole. No, I don't see the block, but it might be way down below. It is the flagpole, yeah. But it just gives you that transition into the entrance of the next area, I suppose. Okay, into the forest temple. Right, because the moles are actually supposed to be the Wolfos, I think, in the entry area. Like I said, I haven't returned to Ocarina in some time. So pardon any inaccuracies in that score. Okay, now let's tap this here. And then, yeah, this is kind of equivalent to lighting the 4 nodes. We won't be doing exactly that necessarily, but we'll have the various entrances to get through for the 4 sections. Now, do we need to follow a linear sequence here? No, we don't. We can actually do this part first. Let's see it. And I should actually push this, I think, so we can have a return path. I mean, we'd have a return path anyway, but let's just give ourselves some space to work with. Actually, no, it's just going to respawn in since we're getting so far out of range of it anyway, so never mind that. Not going to matter in the least. I have to appreciate the openness of this layout. And we'll just get over here, tap this. I guess we should have jumped up here to get up to the one of location and the 10 coin. And of course, you can bomb your way through, or rather uncover a return path. You can take them down below. Ah, right, because this is the passage that goes under the water if you do eventually open it up. But this is sealed from this side, so it's the shortcut return path from down here. But anyway, we are going to sneak all the way across for the key, which is one of the keys that we can use for one of the other auxiliary doors. I am, of course, going to bomb this stuff, just to see what happens. We're not diving down there, but we'll make our way back out to where we entered this room. Whoops. Oh, POW is blocking that. Let's see. But the on-off state does funnel you over here. For the POW block, that is then going to let us do the state switch once more. And then... oh, that didn't go off. Hang on. That actually is out of range, isn't it? Yeah, it's so uncommon for us to actually have range issues with... wait a minute. We just go up. Did I lock myself? This may have been a lock here. Let's check the ceiling. Nope, it's not. Didn't think so, yeah. Would have been uncommon for that to be the case. So yeah, you're supposed to sneak over here, because this is just out of range for the bomb activation to occur once you've gone off screen enough, which is something that we don't see all that often, simply because in a lot of puzzle situations in Mega 2, people rarely build that wide for despawns to even be an issue, unless the puzzle is specifically testing that. Yeah, there's no way that was a lock, so we just needed to think about the bomb range there carefully, and regardless, we'll need to redo this. All the way from the start. And that's okay, we know what we're doing at this point. Maybe. But, whoops. Hang on. Once we get up here, anyway. Okay, let's take a look at the bottom passage that we saw earlier. We'll probably go through the same sequence that we did before, just to save it. Unless we want to do this side first, which... well, maybe we could, to avoid mishaps that late in the game, but I would assume it's something like a recyclable checkpoint before hub, but you never know. Let's just go through what we know already to expedite our way through it. And yeah, so after the on-off switch, we can just drop down in that right side location. Not that we need the one-ups whatsoever, but I guess it's the principle of the thing. And yeah, it is just a 30 coin location. Let's just complete the interaction here on the left side. And then we know that at this point we can just drop down below. Okay. Oh, we should have jumped on it. That's okay. Kind of want to bomb this out. And, well, no, that's okay. We can go back now that we have the key. That's alright. We'll just survive this. Barely. And yeah, same idea here that we saw before. That will take the power to that location. That's the thing. That's a tricky and rather deceptive location up here for the bomb interaction, because you know, you might mentally class that spot as having been interacted with already once you get the power out of the way, but nope, you do need to give it a second look. It's kind of interesting blind spot that you can have sometimes if you're playing through puzzle layout, where you think that's, whoops, something is accounted for, and there we go, same location, same problem, requiring us to start over once more. That's right, let's be a little speedier this time, I guess. Not get diverted quite so much. Anyway, we'll do it the same way. Oh no, switch to the left when we can get there. And whoops, nope, missed it completely. Just jump our way across and see what we can do here. And oh yeah, no, we do need to go down this way. Land perfectly on the rocky wrench. Anyway, oh no, we don't even need to come here. We can just take the key and reactivate everything on this side. Very easy to lose track sometimes. Oh, no. Actually, that's a slight problem, isn't it? No, it isn't, because the semi-solid there is still going to be insurance when you blow up the entire column. Okay, let's actually get down here safely this time instead of losing on that spot repeatedly. And then now we have the keys, so we can choose one of the key doors to work with, or we can continue the sequence. And oh yeah, no, this is exit only. Might as well do it in this order then. Okay, that's going to be, once again, coin before flag for some kind of key protection later. And then after the muncher bump, we climb and get out, I guess. Okay. We'll just knock it out of the way this way and bump everything into position, which will then allow me to bomb the right side and move the other muncher. And then we can just go down below and loop back up top. Okay. Now we're in this sequence here. Let's head on down and bomb the left. So, getting into a fight over here, once we pass this location, let's see it. Oh, okay. That was unfortunate. Oh, okay, that's okay. We have a respawn checkpoint pretty close by. And whoops. I do need a sword. There we go. And let's tap it a little more accurately this time. Whoops. And we'll try to play that a little more accurately once we get into the room. Bomb this side. Then let's see about this part here. So, what spawns them? Okay, so you do need to get within position that way. Whoop. Hang on. A little dangerous. Amazing choke over there, that's good. Oh, we'll hopefully do this a little more efficiently with each pass. And continue. Same idea here. So yeah, I wonder if there's a cleaner way to actually spawn them. It is by proximity. It is a claw drop up top, I think. Okay, got rid of one. There's something entity-based that's going to give us a passage up top, presumably. Vines from up there, or rather from below. And we'll bomb out this side. Let's just get rid of this quickly. And then unblock this location. Key switch over here. Okay, sure, we'll take it. But then after the expiry, what's going to happen here? Nothing. Let's take a look at this because, well, we have to see about maybe yeah, it's just launching this platform. But then why? Because it's the platform go elsewhere once it drops onto a different track. That's the only thing I'm thinking, is that maybe this raises this if we drop it at a certain location. I mean, you're going far enough at this point that it reloads the platform here. But what is that actually getting me? Okay, because we need some kind of P-switch interaction. P-switch interaction is going to drop the blasters down to the bombs below. That's going to activate the on-off switch, take out the Magic Koopa. So where is there possibly a P-switch? I think it has to be some kind of entity removal that then gives you a spawn from this blaster. Unless you can just go up this pipe. So, for example, is there something we can do about this muncher? Like a POW that's going to take it out when it's directly on that location? I don't know how that differs from what we had previously, though. Or do we just tap this? There we go, yeah. Okay, that works too. Yeah, okay, that makes a lot more sense. And then, yeah, I see. And then Magic Koopa missiles here are going to do the drop for us, which then has the state switch. But then, do we need to hit the other state switch on the other side? It looks like we do, but then we have to figure out a way to do it, which I think will require us to go back and see what the state switch has actually accomplished for us. Actually, no, we don't need to interact with that further, I suppose. At least not at this time. Now, still no key because we didn't get the key off of the last remaining room that we didn't traverse. Let's not be too imprecise about time here as we... Actually, no, we just need to take out Magic Koopa since it's been released. I think that's probably going to get us the key on the next hop. Here we go. Yeah, because the state switch spawned an additional one that was bearing the key there that was spawn blocked previously. This is going to be a Pegasus Dash moment here. Oh, except we shouldn't get squished. Okay, bit of a lengthy passage to get all the way over. If the... Oh, I see, no chomp because we've already opened that passage. Yes, because there's key protection. Yeah, I didn't realize we had that coin from coming in, because third coin is in this room, and so you get key data protection past this point, which is interesting. And would be kind of necessary given the nature of this mechanic here. We do need to stop in the middle. Do we even want to Pegasus dash that? I guess we have to for each segment, but we need to stop. Yeah, so you get key data protection after coin 3 here, as we were fully expecting when we saw the coin before flag setup. Also, you can totally come here and for no reason whatsoever just grab this coin. If you really wanted. Okay, and then we have to be careful here. I guess we bomb this out. I mean, we could just tap the snake block from the other side too. There's no particular reason why it needs to be from here, but one more hit. And the Wizrobe stand-in should go down. Okay. Oops, we do want swords. Hang on. Whoop. Kinda got rather close there. Yeah, because going back to the entry location, it was the state switch that was blocking off the quad Magic Koopa spawn here. A couple of the Magic Koopa missiles were negating the Master Sword spawns on the left side. We need to watch out for that. Now, after the entities are all gone, then we have the POW. But we hadn't really checked this door previously, had we? We should check it anyway, even though coming back might spawn everything. Ah, no, that was the exit back here. Okay, yeah, never mind that. Well, I guess we've consigned ourselves to doing this once more. Serves us right. Okay. Back to the POW, and then down below. Yeah, it must be quite something to playtest this one with the key protection along one sequence combined with some of the non-linearity for how you're going to traverse different doors or frivolously loop back to doors you visited before if you so chose. Probably a lot more to the playtesting of this level here than we'll let in on. Anyway, this is an interesting rendition of the Phantom Ganon Portrait fight here, with the rectangles up top being the portrait frames, of course, and it's just warping back from location to location, and you know, you have a little bit of time pressure here on the floor just gradually giving way from under you, which we should have been much more attentive to. But you do need to shoot them down. But you do have these safe locations relatively from each pillar, depending on the Magic Koopa angle. Whoops. We're eventually going to hit him once. Well, let's see if we can improve on this somehow. Not much room to stand on anymore, as we can see here. We're going to lose the floor here, aren't we? Well, very soon, it seems. Under a little bit of pressure here to get it done. Yeah, because we have no floor, so. Okay, have to get going on this fight a lot faster this time. Descriptivist, am I a level creator? Yes. Well, I mean, I've been inactive with uploads for some time. The last time I uploaded was back in 2021. I had a lot in my draft box that didn't really go anywhere because we never sat down properly to finish some of those concepts and turn them into actual playable levels. And yeah, it would be nice to go back to it at some point. A lot of people in Mario Maker have kind of drifted off a little bit over time, and part of it too is that because they might be discouraged by getting far fewer plays than they're accustomed to, because my levels were, thanks to a number of factors, including collaborations that was part of, pretty well played. You know, not something that would be topping the charts as the creators who collected the leaderboard medals and so on, but we're still talking a very generous number of plays per level, so. And it was nice because, you know, you'd launch a level and then you'd really get a good run of streamers playing through it and seeing what they got stuck on and seeing what you tuned is way too hard. I have not been able to zap this at all. I think that's slightly reflective of my original performance on the Phantom Ganon fight the first time I ever saw it. Anyway, lots of additional key protection here, of course. But yeah, that's one of the reasons why when I'm commentating on levels, I'm not really just doing so as a player. I'm often kind of thinking about how things were made and reverse engineering how they were done. And when I'm playtesting for 4 people on a fewer level days, for instance, it's a very similar focus. Very maker-oriented. At least that's what we try to do. Okay, there is a particular pattern to the Phantom Ganon track pattern that we just haven't been watching it very well. Because, yeah, it does kind of float around track to track, and we just keep missing with the diagonal shots, because diagonal shots, again, are not my forte. Finally got him once. Yeah, so it is a reliable and consistent sequence. We just need to predict the position properly and play through it accordingly. Yeah, so it should be middle next. And then right. Okay, and then middle again. Oh, too early there. It's okay, we should be able to get middle position here. Although there does look to be a slight change as to whether he's going down the left or right track of the portraits. Okay, 3 hits, got it. Lost a sword, of course, and then we do need to fight him down here. I don't have a sword, though, to fight him in this location. There we go. Right on schedule. Unfortunately, we're not going to be reflecting the fire, as we would in an actual phantasmal situation. But there we are on the flag. That took a little longer than expected, but we had a couple of mishaps there. Yeah, very complete dungeon experience there. And with the Forest Temple out of the way, we're moving on to World 4. Now, I don't know if we'll be doing the whole 40 level sequence today in this sitting. We'll see how we're doing for time by the end of, say, World 5 or 6 when we get there. If things continue to get more complex. Obviously, you have this mix of interstitial levels into full-scale dungeon remakes that really do try to cram in the full dungeon experience into the space of one level. And so we'll just have to play through it and see what the snags are. Prelude of Light. Very important that we represent all of the ocarina melodies. And feature them in sequence. Lovely little backbeat to the Prelude of Light here, though, that is a bit of an embellishment of the original. Anyway, back to the Temple of Time. And then, look at that, we feel so young again. So yeah, every time, I guess we'll have the transitional sequence here through to Castletown. As we deal with each of the individual sages. But we'll also get a bit of minigame here. Now, what's Morton going to stop? Actually, he's grounded. No, this is just the axe. We just finish here and get a little bit of bed rest, apparently. And then let's continue. Yeah, that's sort of interesting. There is this geographical continuity that is kind of going on here. You see the inverted L-shaped body of water to the left with a bridge, etc. You know, it is similar to the right half of the previous maps that we saw in World 2 and 3, where the Temple of Time was located in the top right corner. Now that we're traveling a little bit further east in the next segment, we have the whole world map kind of slide over a little bit, but there is this attention to consistency of the layout that is, I think, eventually meant to evoke a super world map of Hyrule. Anyway, we've made it this far. And time for the archery minigame. But yeah, it was the minigame parlor that we were entering in the close of the previous section here in the Castletown. Not going for any speed records here, but let's just try to beat each section as we see it. We should be able to car through this one soon. Or just miss it with astonishing consistency. There we go. Okay, time for the points of actual seriousness. Oh, didn't manage to get all three. Yeah, so you get a bonus for getting all three under temporary constraints, but we will miss that. Winner, well, in theory. We'll claim victory anyway. And grab what we can before we hit the axe. Okay, the adventure continues. This time looping this way. For the Death Mountain Trail. Oops. Back to the overworld, though. That was way too dangerous. The way we were playing it. Whoop, that was a mistake. Bit too much of a bounce back there. For our own good. And then I keep making that mistake, thinking that we need to bomb that. Well, we just need to let the spike balls do the work. Pretty sure the spike balls are just the Gorons themselves rolling around everywhere. Blowing up everything inside. Some of this boom boom over here. Anyway, through the segment we go, and anything? More Master Sword. Don't need it yet, but we shall see. Oh, only to lose it. Okay, here we are back in the old Goron City, where perhaps not too much has changed. And we can still do this activation here. Ah, of course, this is in the night theme, and so now we actually have the bomb chew as our standard bomb instead, which is a nice little touch here. I mean, we can only climb so much elevation here, of course, with the way the world maps are laid out in the World Maker. But the intention is clear. Bolero of Fire. Interestingly enough, the sort of original temp music for The Legend of Zelda, I believe, before Koji Kondo actually created the unforgettable overworld theme, was actually Maurice Ravel's Bolero. Back in the 1980s, of course, it was a lot more common to just have chiptune arrangements of classical music in video game soundtracks before original compositions became more of the norm. And it could very well have been Zelda's fate, much to the detriment of all of video game music history had that happened. Given how these games are really as canonical as they get when it comes to the video game standard repertoire. There we go. Thought it was going to get smoked there, but we made it. Oh. Anyway, let's watch our feet. A little bit better this time. How does it make sense that arrows are blocked by the Podoboos? Well, I mean, I guess there's no fire arrow mechanic in this game, but Would have been nice if there were. Whoops. Well, almost the same problem there, except we made it through slightly this time. Now, is there anything I need to interact with here other than just going through the pipe? I don't actually know if there is. I think all of that is just there for the flavor. This looks like flagpole here. You can kind of see the very faint line of green pixels in the cracks. Yeah, Warp 4, just straight course to the dungeon. Into the fire temple we go. Okay. And no key available for us yet here, so let's head down this way and let's think about this. There's nothing available here, but if we back out this way with a sword in tow, let's actually check pipes first anyway. Okay, Blaster is currently blocking the key door. We'll work out those implications later. Let's just continue this way first. And sink that poor thing. To give us a key to proceed. So that's going to force a coin 1. Which I guess we keep when we get out of this section alive. Oops. Thought so. Looked exactly like that was going to happen. We should have jumped there a little bit sooner and more accurately instead of falling so gracefully down to the lava below. But we know where to go, so should be a lot quicker at this point. And we'll just dip it into hot sauce there. And back down we go. Hopefully without falling into precisely that crack this time. Bomb drop here. We should have seen whether there was anything to the right here, but doesn't matter. Let's just do this first. Jump a little more accurately all around, and then I guess mostly that just accomplished the on-off toggle. I think, too, this should be a safe drop, right? Yeah. I think we can consistently trust that. If we're going from the upper part of the level and back down, that's how safety points are going to be signified. These columns do always seem to be sitting on some kind of safe platform. What kind of switch do we flip this time? Yeah, just more of an on-off sequence. Kind of double hits it, actually. But it does give you a key. Let's get back out and plug it in somewhere. Right here, for instance, which is going to take us into this fight, which I guess we bomb this and then give this a bit of a shake. Lower that. Okay, that does have a safety point for us down below. Now, here, do we have bomb cheese for this? No, we don't, but we can do the arrow shot to push it, yes? Good. Oh, you know what? No, you were supposed to push it like this. We didn't because I did it a silly way instead, but it worked. Okay, same kind of idea. Coin 2 before flag as key protection. Now we can hit this before fire comes back out. Then we'll release the final muncher for the pipe up top after the third POW. Which then gives us the exit. Love the replication of the drumming pattern here. Okay, now we're finally on the other side of this gate. Then we can start blowing some of this up. Until we get a state switch somehow, probably. Okay, one-way panel trickery. It's funny because these were all over the place in Maker 1, where of course the collisions were different because you could land on the edges. And just have to work our way around nimbly. But yeah, not too hard to visualize as long as you don't get really stuck somewhere. The path actually isn't too difficult to follow. Okay, so we've managed to hit the switch. Now let's go back here and see what else we can accomplish after we've opened up this gate. And given ourselves one more key to work with. I honestly don't remember, but let's come back to the entrance first. Just out of curiosity. But anyway, the operative sequence now is to get back here with the off state and then have a door available for the boss. And yeah, here's the Volvagia fight. We'll have to figure out what to actually hit here. That answers my question, somewhat. After stabbing all that, what happens? survive until it becomes clear, I guess. Oop, Pal got a little displaced here on the way up. Got a key, now we get on the right side. Oops. And there's the axe. I don't have an additional key. Oh, I guess maybe it's for getting here deathless, I would think. Because of the way the key checks actually work. Since we would have lost a key on death at some point, I think. Or when it's a possibility. Anyway, Fire Temple's led away. Let's get on to World 5. Well, that's a lot of water. That just screams Zora. Zora's galore. Have to actually make it to the relevant entrance first. Kind of a fascinating backbeat introduced to the lilting Zora Domain's melody here as well. There we go. It's kind of interesting that the spikes themselves are kind of evocative of classic Zora. Of course, as of Echoes of Wisdom, the two subspecies have now been designated the Sea Zora and River Zora as our heuristic for keeping track. This looks like flag, but we'll find out in a moment. And yeah, of course, this is just the entry location, I think, where you play Zelda's Lullaby at the gate. But we'll see. Let's continue this way first, into the ice cavern. And then we do need the mechas to melt the ice down there. That gets within range with 2 rows. Whoops. Actually, I guess not, because it does hit the wall. What we really need is to bomb and drop them, I think. Oh. And then there's going to be some kind of entity check on the right side that then opens the gate to proceed. Yeah, at least the throw distance here with hitting the wall is nice and intuitive. At this point, we should actually get some fire. Going over here to drop the gate. Just excited, you notice those Mecha Koopas aren't making their sound. That's interesting, yeah, actually. The zapping sound seems to have been drowned out there. Cancel that some other way. If a Mecha Koopa falls in a forest... and... far too many other entities are obstructing the usual interactions, does it make a sound? No, we just need to tap it with a sword. Whoops, I said tap it with a sword. Actually, that's going to be a Pegasus dash. That should be the way to do it. Except with better timing. Or you can just drop in it directly. Quickly and just get out of the way. That's a lot better, actually. A lot more sensible. Oh, we need to grab this for the eventual key door. Yeah, we'll take it slowly here. I'm sure there's a fast way to just dash down, but we'll not fuss around with the timing too much. Whoops. That was a mistake. Let's grab a sword. Is it a safe location to drop? Should be, and it's just swords over here though, so after the state switch, I think that's just a loop back. Oops. See about that sword. Catherine Beefheart, you're saying this is one of the best worlds in the game? It's a very thorough project so far. Glad you had a chance to play it already. This came out in July, right when I was in the middle of the Donkey Kong Bonanza, and the schedule has been just unrelenting since. Partly because a Silk Song took me so much longer than I expected going in. But lots of other factors besides. But yeah, glad we could finally get to it at last. It's been on the to-do list since it came out, basically. And yeah, absolutely love Silk Song. Incredibly memorable and very personalized experience. You could really see immediately through playing it just how much variety there is to how people are going to experience the game. But yeah, the true scale of it, I think, kind of snuck up on me in some ways. The way I put it was this when I was streaming Silk Song, that the thing that was kind of magical about the original Hollow Knight was that for all of the indie Metroid-style games that had come up in the years before it, it was the first one that really kind of captured the sense of openness of playing Super Metroid for the first time. But one of the ways in which it did so was that Hollow Knight was just 3 times bigger, basically, just even on a first casual playthrough. Silk Song kind of captured the feeling of playing Hollow Knight for the first time, and how did it do that? By winding up at about 3 times bigger. And the pace really sneaks up on you, I think. That it doesn't feel like it's that long, because it's just constant activity, but then you just see the hours add up on your file. And there's just so much going on with it. Oh, no, needed to get the bump here, but luckily we have the sword. Hey, everything's going to be down, and then that's going to give you the tap to continue. Let's get this out of the way. Did I have any beef with the escalation of difficulty? No. I think there are a lot of things to get used to and get comfortable with early. There's definitely a learning curve even if you are a veteran of Hollow Knight, and a lot of habits that you kind of need to change or break as well to really take advantage of the new tool system, the new dash, etc. There are a lot of controls that can feel a little awkward at first, and some big fights that feel difficult because of that. But I got 100% on Silksong. I never actually got the full 112 plus Pantheons in the original Hollow Knight. So... And, you know, even things like the boss runbacks and such, apart from one very notable exception, I actually found them to be gentler than in the original game, but maybe my memory just plays tricks on me. But yeah, I kind of learned afterwards that there was a good bit of chatter about the difficulty of Silksong, and I think at least part of that is just because it found such a huge mass audience right at launch, unlike the original game. And no doubt when that happens, you are going to get some people who didn't quite know what they were getting into, or didn't personally remember how much the first game would have challenged them as well. But yeah, it took me a while to get used to some of the changes in movement and changes in controls. Even at about the 25 to 30 hour mark, I was still kind of remapping buttons and trying to get comfortable. We're nearly at time limit here. I was not paying attention to how down we were in time. What exit are we even going for? We are going to hit time limit. Oh yeah, we needed this location here with this coin. We need to rethink this. But yeah, with Silksong we definitely hit some roadblocks here and there, but they were the kind that you could practice your way through with a good degree of reliability when it comes to just steadily learning the patterns and devising tactics that actually suit your playstyle. Let's not slip off the ice everywhere here. Okay, so what were we even doing? We had the snowball give me a bounce up in that location. And yeah, this is another one of those segments where you can really see and hear how lean it's going on the music budget to provide room for all of these interactive pieces of the sequence. Catherine Beefheart, you're saying, it is so wild to you that Barn bothered to include custom music along with puzzles and levels. Oh, certainly the level of effort is wild, but at the same time, it feels like the culmination of who Barnstorm is as a maker, right? Because, you know, I think about Barnstorm, I think about two things. He likes doing video game scale remakes and sort of Mario Maker representations of gameplay from totally different formats and genres. And he does music levels, and if you're going to give yourself the ample space of the super world to really do that properly, you're limited by creativity in your time. And I find that the thing that has been impressive here is some of the solutions to how to represent some of the eccentricities of the original game, too. Like with a graveyard chase, I think that's been one of the standout moments so far with the dark level implementation of that. Let's think about this here. We needed to get up there. Actually, no, it's going to be a snowball. Snowball is going to lodge itself against the conveyor belt. That's what it was. We opened up this whole passage here. We need to escort the snowball all the way. I kind of miss this kind of puzzle, the really open style that fell out a great deal in Maker 2 simply because, for reasons of ease of design and reliability, Scroll Stop took over in such a big way. But, you know, there's a lot to be said for this kind of wide open style of design where you need to think about the entire playable space. And oops. Because I remember a lot of Maker 1 puzzle solutions looking like this specifically. And Maker 2 some as well, but not nearly as often. Where you would break scrolls and then connect a lot of rooms and then have a solution that depends on one big connection. But certainly, even in the absence of elements like the snowball that you see here, I think in Maker 1, that just from working around the absence of a scroll stop, you would have tilings of big puzzle spaces that were not particularly rigid and had a lot of these really huge continuous paths and solutions to work with here. So this is really kind of a nice throwback to that in the act of recreating the nice dungeon as well. Yeah, Catherine Beefheart, like you were saying. Total budget gobbler for sure. We're definitely kind of paying attention to the parts where you can tell there was an effort to make what are actually very lean music loops sound vaster than they actually are. There's a lot of trickery going on with that to make that happen. But also a lot taking advantage of the Super World format, which we always love to see, that is not feeling like a series of disconnected levels, but that the sense of place that you get from levels in one part of the sequence do feed into your recognition of those spaces in later parts. Very much in keeping with what made the original Ocarina of Time, and for that matter, the Light World, Dark World structure of A Link to the Past works so well to begin with. At the kind of familiarity and recognition of seeing spaces in different states really does wonders for your sense of place. Anyway, here's the Serenade of Water. And let's jump over it. And totally missed that 50 coin, but we're capped at 99 anyway and have been for some time, so. To the extent that we pick up coins, we're doing it for style. Anyway, the adventure continues. And there's Being a good bit of instrumental variation too to each of the reappearances of the overworld music, as you technically get back into Hyrule Field to traverse to the next segment. We could have gone down with a sword, but didn't want to get stuck there, and indeed we're going to be here anyway. All these arrows down below, they seem to be encouraging something. Oh, fishing, okay. Of course, this Ocarina of Time can't do without probably one of its most durable contributions to video game design writ large, which is encouraging everybody to build a fishing minigame. And indeed, you even have this Vanilla Lake style pool on the overworld map for the Lake Hylia fishing pond. Fish. Complete with the Kakariko village music once again. Also some coins that we have to block out along the way. I guess that's where the key door will be by the end of it all. And let's be careful here with this throw. Oh, this is something. That should collect it just fine. Yeah, these slower paced open collection stages do fill out the variety here quite well. And yeah, you have to break this for the camera to scroll to give you coin location there. Now one more coin in this segment, and then we go through the door on the left side. Here we are. And back to the key door we go. World record is 9. How is that determined through playtesting? Or is that just a theoretical limitation here? Up 2. Kind of nice that it gives you a benchmark to aim for. 3, 4. Oh, actually I'm not sure. World record is 9. Is that just a... Oh, whoops, let's not bomb ourselves here. Okay, so we do in fact need to succeed. It's something here. A little better than we've been doing. Lest this become the roadblock for us on the way to completion. I'm not exactly planning these shots, so we're just kind of spamming it a little bit, but... sometimes that's just going to happen, so... Oh, okay, yeah, you have to kind of get out here with the key quickly. That looks like it was kind of stoppable here. We got a piece of heart. Or so it seems. I'm not going to go through here, but what if we tap this and open this up? And then shoot the fish. I bet we can. Except we raised the spring a little too far now. Oh, no. Well, I mean, I guess you get one up off of it anyway. Leaving it on the hook. And yeah, Catherine Beefheart, you're going to bed, but have a blast. Certainly intend to. And like I said, we'll see if we can get through the whole sequence in one sitting. But complications can happen, so we'll just take it a world at a time and see how we do. Anyway, Water Temple. Looking forward to seeing how this is implemented. It's funny how the original Water Temple, when it came out, always had this reputation attached to it of being this absolutely notorious layout puzzle that people could wrap their heads around, and I never understood the fuss about it. But I guess it's hard to put yourself back into the shoes of a lot of the three-dimensionality of Ocarina of Time being such a novelty on the whole when it first came out. And yeah, you have the multi-layered central column over here. With a couple of different illusions to show the changing water level in the various respective zones that we will have to deal with here. Now, this location... Oh, this is tricky. Well, no, we'll just have to get back out. That's fine. Let's rethink this slightly. Then there we go. Well, we don't have anything to work with over here except for the POW on the left side, which we can actually tap accordingly. Where did that come from? Anyway, back up we go. Oop, oh, too bad. Hey Mario, you thought this was all done by the Maker Composer? Oh, Composer I think only really does auto-scroll for the most part, though. I've played a good number of Composer levels, both in Maker 1 and Maker 2. Very influential in Maker 1 in particular, of course, and in the ROM hack scene, but he has a particular style that is hard platforming auto-scroll, fast auto-scroll. And in terms of music levels, he has a very heavy preference for that. I've never really seen him do much in terms of the open spaces and global loops. I mean, he's perfectly capable of the technique for that, but I can't really think of notable composer levels that are kind of with that structure. I may be forgetting something important. But yeah, after a little while, you kind of get a sense of the different music makers and where their interests lie and what their styles are. If you've been playing this game to that extent. I guess, yeah, here we're only going to get past this gate with a P-switch that is going to move the twister out of the way. Until then, I don't think we're getting over to popping the POW. Then that raises a question. Once we gotta get back in here. Maybe there's something else we need to do here to get through. Actually, we can just break from up here. Because that loads the POW. That's right. And then we shoot. Okay, let's get over here and then... And then here, this is just another bomb that we need to drop to blow up the blaster, or rather drop the blaster onto that bomb for the gates. And then we'll just get through this area of the surface. As usual, Twister platforming is going to be fussy. Oop. But we'll make it, eventually. Eventually. Okay, made it over just by a touch. Whoops. Hang on. We really need to rethink how we're doing that bit. Not without a sword, we don't, though. Okay. Oh, lost that. Yeah, Twister forming is pretty finicky at the best of times. We do know how to proceed here, so we'll do it. Anyway, gate's gonna open there, and then we... Ooh, pop that. And then let's get rid of these first, just to keep things simple as we bomb this location. Whoops, that. Need a sword again. Yeah, I do need to pull out in advance. There we go. Okay, now over we go. Let's try not to land on a spike down below this time. In quite so spectacular fashion. There we are, finally. It seems like it's supposed to shoot something there, or rather... we drop a bomb in that location and do this as a crush for the switch. Now, how do we proceed from here? Let's go back down. And we'll see what has opened up here logically. Open this gate, and then that's how we proceed. And now we've seemingly raised the water level in the water temple. I think the way it's done is because you've got the two columns to work with on the vertical layout. Then you can just kind of offset them accordingly and build as many rooms as you need to convey the illusion of the water level changing. For example, by, you know, having one section, say, top left of the layout with the two screens wide. that you get off of the vertical zones, and another one bottom right, and then you kind of make their layouts identical, but place them at different heights and well away from each other on the scroll. Now here, I think we just need to tap it this way. Then why would we? Well, there is the POW block over to the right side. Why would we leave things like this? No, we just need to hit the on-off switch, actually, and then we can drop down to the POWs. And back down we go. I've been really keeping track of where we're using the keys. The level is going to funnel you through to next available section, though. By design, looks like we will have to plug in the key here. And this is another bomb location. After loading this, what do we get? More lives we don't need? Alright. I guess at this point we just go through the sequence and see what happens. So yeah, I love to use this effect where you, across this entire zone, you would have to have the same water level configuration of its going up at spawn. But the thing is, if you build far below the bottom of the water line, then you get the flooded room. And you build above it, when you're kind of descending from above, you don't necessarily see that the water had gone up at a certain point. And so I think if you looked at the layout, there would be this kind of stagger pattern that you get to the room placement to make this work. Whoops, that's not what I meant to do. But yeah, at this point you can also swim through pipes accordingly, I guess. And there we go, that gets you into this fight here. Next phase. Or rather just a straight exit over here and then whoop. Coin up above. I guess we have to loop back towards that at some point. With a twister in the way there, that's not making any headway, but we can get on top of this skull, launch it, and see what happens. It's going to displace, and then what'll spawn for us here? Well, nothing so far, but if we manage to get on top of any of these, up from this location, for instance, that's a lot more sensible. Yeah, it's very impressive this even works, given how many things can go wrong with objects offsetting each other while they're moving. What do we just go to the pipe? Well, let's think about this, because I kind of got the sense that maybe the offset here It's not quite the pattern we should have been going for, consciously, but... we are going to time out here in a moment anyway, so we'll have some extra time to actually look at this and see what to do with it. Well, I can't bomb the heart block over there. I think we need to stand back and see if there's any change in the blaster pattern next time going for it. We did stand in this location at least once, I think. So, yeah, a bit of a sticky situation at that time. Very suitably complicated checkpoint lock system, of course. Okay, so through to this segment again. Nothing too new about this. Kind of wondered how obtainable that was, but yeah, it looks like we do need to get up there somehow. So we can activate the last of the platforms. Yeah, look at that. Completely different pattern this time. Right, okay, no, this is the pattern we got last time. That then allows you to activate this one. Gets that out of the way, but then what happens here? I think we bombed this location, actually, because that seems to be attached by track to something that is 2 spots off. Yeah, that's exactly what we were missing. Okay, at this point, we just climb up the infinite staircase. Whoops. Okay, bit of a long reset, but we'll do it. Visor, you're saying, how does he do it? How does he keep coming up with new ideas for lighter puzzles that are still true to the original? Yeah, the amount that you can kind of cram into these, it's really what's impressive. That you have a really complete look at the 3-tier structure of the Water Temple that doesn't really skimp on that overall structural logic of it or take any shortcuts. It really does give you all 3 layers and the water level movement that goes with that. But definitely one thing that we've appreciated with this whole sequence is that it's been true to the dungeon puzzle element of the Zelda series. With the kind of pacing that you normally don't see in music layouts. It's kind of interesting that when I was going through Maker 1 before the shutdown a few years ago, you could definitely see a lot of precursors to the idea of the music track level that is also with the puzzle structure rather than anything else. There was definitely an interest even then among some makers to do things like a one-screen puzzle music level, but for all the tech that we have in Maker 2, it does seem like that. Whether people are doing scrolling music or globally loaded looping music, that it's very easy for them to be bound up in conventions. About how things work. And about about what a certain style level should be. Let's drop this down like this. Try to get it. Nope. We need to time it in such a fashion that it's going to actually drop it like that. That's what I was going for. Good. And looks like we do need to have a state switch here to tap that, so we'll load it, tap it, and continue. And look at that, that's going to take us all the way back up and beyond. Well, quite the climb, but we're back here now. With a key still in tow. And we will need another state switch for the key door down below. At least it seems so. I don't think there's anything hitting us down here. Yeah, so we just get a return path over here. We've been through all those segments. What means we just ran to the door? There we go. Not even a re-entry, that's just an entry to this. Oh yeah, no, I guess because it has changed in such a way that you can get access to this room here with a success chime and water continuing to go up boss room to the right. That's almost certainly where we'll be going, but let's see it. Nope, we got a water fight over here. Actually, really well implemented here as well in terms of trying to replicate the original creature. We need to hit the on-off switch. That's the thing. We do need to go down there with a bomb so we can toss it. Get a sword. And then power to the left, we do need a sword for such purposes. Whoops. A little more accurately would be nice. It's funny, I could have probably kicked that shell into the POW if we thought that were better timing. Looks like it should probably be an arrow shot. We won't think too hard about the underwater physics of the bow and arrow. And looks like we complete the task with the remaining switch to the right. You do need to preload the bomb when you're up top. Oh, nope. Wrong sequence here. What were we even trying to do that time? Let's rethink that. Hang on. Oh, I was thinking that we'd hit that. You know what? We should just have these. Did you want to try to give me a key just now, or no? Seems not. Have to get into a position of safety before we can do anything here. We want the on-off switch in the bottom right, then we need to go up to the pipe in the bottom left. Nope. I'm gonna get blocked like crazy there. Okay, let's gotta get in here and then we'll go over to the left and hit that POW as before, and then also go through the pipe. We can. Having some mild trouble here. Let's see. I need to get rid of this massive obstruction in the middle. That's what I need to do. And of course, we just repeatedly get shuttled around this. We have a time limit coming. We're not going to beat it. Okay. That was a bit of a mess that time. Anyway, gotta load everything in and then we'll try this again. On-off switches first. Nope, had to ditch it. Thing is, yeah, you can really get thrown off by coming in here if you're not careful. Anyway, no, POW box is gonna be next. Arrow shot, I think, is actually the best way to do it. In terms of being something responsive and not fussy to execute. Caught out a little bit there, but there we go. Gonna set up the shot down here. There we go. A little fussier than I'd hoped, but nope. Oh, things are getting even more complex. Eventually, you just fail to access the sword the way I did there. I'm trying to set up one more hit. Okay, now let's see what we can do. We need to get to the on-off first, as before. Whoops. Let's get the position on the left side here. Just trying to tap the spiny and we just never got it at any point. Nope. Getting pretty careless across the board here, but we just need to wait for time here, and then there we go. Oh. Loading too close to spikes. Shot accuracy left much to be desired that time. There we go. Bit of a miss. Amazing that we made it out of that bit unscathed. Okay, I think we've seen what we need to see in this room. And so much for a water temple. That took entirely too long. Astonishingly so, actually. I didn't know we burned that much time on it. Anyway, getting into World 6. And we'll learn the Nocturne of Shadow. Going to be interesting when we get near the end of this. Oh, no, we need to come down. Whoops. Wasn't paying attention at all. When we get near the end of the experience, I was about to say that one thing we'll be watching out for is the marvelously complicated tempo of the theme for Ganon's Tower. Yeah, you get to, oh, same spot here. Just wasn't reading it carefully. You know, you were saying, Chad, it's so funny how he also kept the chicken puzzles. Yeah, that's the thing I noticed right away when we had the Goomba clear condition the first time in the village. Anyway, actually making it down here accurately this time. Way out of the way for the 50 coin. Oh well. And back to the graveyard. Is the scroll stopping for us here? I guess we do need to take this, in fact. Oh, they match anyway, okay. I was kind of wondering about that. But it is going to give us the flagpole transition to next zone. Well, we were going to get to the windmill here eventually. Notice too, this matches the ending of the previous segment. To make it look as though you're coming out of here. Can we do some grave digging again? Same spot? We'll see. Nope. Okay, at this point, we go back to the village and lock. And here's the interior of the windmill tower. Or rather, just a windmill. And, oh, that's interesting how it creates the storm effect through the audio. That's a really neat touch. Seems like you can... Oops. Try to break the blocks in the middle, and then you have a location that you can jump through to get up top. Nope. You know, better to just jump in this location and hope for the best. Okay, down we go. Well, that was all to this segment here, so let's continue and get the full song. Not gonna get the coin. Anyway, let's continue this way. Missing that one from afar. I gotta admit, that's not how I hear the bass line at all with the ending of the first phase. But that's alright. So yeah, you got the icicle rainstorm effect, of course. Very common sight in the Maker 2 aesthetic repertoire. But which makes for a very stylish platforming sequence to the exit over here. And what is going on with this pipe? Nothing. Didn't think so. I mean, I didn't see a second pipe on the map, so. But it does give you a sense of the transition to the bottom of the wall. That's what I thought it was trying to represent, but I don't need that. It lets you just enter the well on the overworld map for purely cosmetic purposes. That was kind of a neat touch. Anyway, let's get on with it. And what's that back here? Exits from below. A lot of blocks to be potentially tapped up there. It occurs to me that if you held a bomb and decided to take damage, you could in fact pop this one and this one now. I don't think there's a real advantage of doing so, though. Oh, There's a continuation right here. But not much for us to work with. Or so it should seem. Well then, I'm just trying to see if there's any kind of disguised opening to be aware of here. Oh, just this exit back up top. Oh. We should have seen that coming, actually. But didn't. But anyway, we have a coin collection to get done. That'll need an arrow shot on the right side, so we'll do that eventually. If we can get a sword. That'll be the exit once we grab the other 2 coins, which we have seen available already, so let's double back and grab them. Oh, no, missed. One of these will hit eventually, I'm sure. There we go. Anything to tap here? Nope, but we'll see how traversal up will go. I mean, this location up here looks awfully suspicious. With that dangling, I think. Oh yeah, we have the key. We can just do this. Except we should have gone back for the sword, just in case. You have to keep track of when we do, in fact, obtain keys. Anyway, back in this sequence. And really what has changed. And, whoop, same thing here. Well, all of that's going to collapse, though. Well, most of it's going to collapse. We need to actually watch it carefully. Find a nice reliable way back. Speed through what we can, I guess. And then through to this segment once more. And this time we'll see if we can make something of the occasion. We'll need to wait for another sword. Eventually, let's give it some more room first. A little more room. Yeah, we do need to spawn one, I think. We should just go for the next one, I think. No, except you're likely to fall down if you're not careful here. Alright, let's continue. No, it would be easier if we had it, but... Okay, just straight through. That's good. Could have done Pegasus Dash through as well, I think, but... Anyway, actually gonna make it through the platform this time without too many surprises. Have to watch your time, though. Rather threatening face over here. Well, on a switch, where are you? I guess we should break some of this first. Not sure what it would give us. And same problem over there. We're running a bit low in time again, though. Oh, whoops. A bit of a lengthy segment, but we'll do it. Also notice that the single gaps here in the background are going to give us platforms when we tap them. That reminds me of another level that used exactly that mechanic. The kind of single spot blackout for signifying interactives that otherwise would be invisible to you. Oh, whoops. Same thing. We just need to jump out of it accurately. Oh yeah, we also haven't contained any of these coins here since we actually did take the full time out that time. Anyway, it shouldn't take long to complete the collection over here and just get the entrance back open again. Oh, nope. Let's get the projectile to fire this way first. Okay, no need to mess with the coins too much. Okay, this segment we just need to skip through the thwomp probably. Nope, I knew I had to jump there and I was trying to jump, we just hit the input too late. Surprisingly tricky to actually achieve liftoff there. Also, since that idea was available. Okay, let's be a little more careful about the platforming sequence this time, once we get a sword again. Nope. Well... Sword's right here, except we need to dash through it now. Dash through it. There we go. Entry there, but let's just hop one step at a time here instead of running. Anyway, this is the point that we reached much earlier. I have to hit an on-off switch, drop down below. Seems to be a sequence. This means we need to get the remote activation of that on-off switch. Let's see what we can do here. It's just a shortcut back. Nope. But where was there an on-off switch? Let's figure this out without getting zapped. What do we want back this way? No, this is exit only. We've seen it before many times. Now these are state blocks, right? It must be, given their curvature. Well, let's see here. Each of these. We're going to head down, but then we need to figure out how to get below this, or at least, yeah, ultimately the solution that we're going for is that we need some kind of state switch here. Oh, okay, you could have just done that. Instead of all that back and forth. And so having opened that up, now let's figure out what to do here. I mean, you can actually pass over. That's nothing new. Oh, no. Well, we do have a state switch, which means that we can go through that initial location that was obstructed close to this area here. Yeah, there we go. Checkpoint with 80 to go. We'll take that. Boss room. Let's see how well we do. Yeah, that sequence took entirely too long to get together, but oh, cursed key. Yeah, it makes sense. For this segment in particular. Oh, no, we got trapped here. So we do need to actually read the pathing on the escape sequence here a little more accurately. Anyway, we stay on the bottom track there, we should be okay. Oh, just a little too late for the sword. And that did make a big difference. Okay, back to the key. No. Hang on, no. If you try to get off the claw like that, it still bounces you up. I have to get off quite perfectly to avoid that. The adversary, you're saying the intro section to music section looking like the boss is also another nice touch. Yep, we've seen a couple of considerations like that throughout the experience. But very neat that you pointed that one out. Didn't grab a sword. Well, I mean, what do you do, right? He's just going to sweep you there. And we'll just get around here. Nope, couldn't shield through it, of course, it's Panto. Okay, let's give ourselves some room to move this time. If we can. Nope. Very easy to get caught up by stuff like that. Oh, just got sandwiched between the two interactions right there. Okay, watch the claw. Nope. Now we're fast in a location that goes down to the sword. We should wrap around for the sword, but we haven't been able to get the replacement sword successfully at any point. We should just try not to lose it. Okay. No room whatsoever. No, just got squeezed out. We could have stalled there a little bit longer to let it pass, but couldn't quite see where its angle was going to be. Anyway, let's watch out for Fanto here. Yeah, no choice there, unfortunately. I think we pretty much had to take the hit. We will, however, get the replacement sword. Very important. As long as we don't get trapped by claws. Okay. Stab everything. And grab more swords, and we should actually be okay. And here we are again, of course, except without the scroll to this side this time. And that's just back out the entry area for the flag. After exiting the well. Okay, that Took a little bit of work, but we made it. Poe Collector's Ghost Shop. And this will be a Poe hunting sequence with the Magic Koopas standing in for them. So yeah, this will be the goal with the clear condition when we do hit it at the end. So unfortunately, we don't have anything close to that just yet. We'll have to see where else we can traverse. Magic Koopas, you say? Well, I'm not sure what else to interact with here, necessarily. Oh no, this is a pipe. Just need to be attentive to the artwork. It was pretty well camouflaged, though. Nope, didn't realize you could enter. I guess that's what the arrow implies, but... yeah, if you're all the way out of here, past the lock, then... a lot of it is just getting to working environment properly configured. Oops. Nope. Amazing how much trickier things can be in a subtle way when you're doing everything upside down. Nope. It's bad platforming, really. Very slumpy. We should probably not blow up the floor. Oh yes, that's right. I just blanked on this interaction again for too long. Okay. It's done. No, you can't just dive down there. There's nothing. It was very inattentive. Obviously, you're supposed to hit that with an arrow shot. I don't know why I went for that. That was just blanking out on what we were doing at the time. And we just totally threw that. Anyway, we know we can get to the first two or so pretty easily. Oh, whoops. Okay, slipping a bit much. And we'll see where the next one comes. Anyway, with those ones accounted for. Let's just... continue over here. Pitch shifter, welcome. It's been all music all the time. Wanted to make a stream today. Oops. Let's get back to the sword. Okay. That was a lot cleaner. Mission accomplished. Well, you can do it. Maybe with a bit more distance. There we go. We've been here, though. What was materially different about... I drop back into this area here as well. Let's see what happens. Pitch shifter, you've cleared all the levels on this account? Yeah, congratulations. I mean, this account was just for the upload to the super world, I guess. Also, yeah, you can loop back around here, but not what we're going for. I think I'm not entirely thinking straight navigationally at the moment. Oh yeah, this is not even the platforming segment yet. Oh, well, we actually just need to go back to the room that had the clear condition goal, though, so why do we even come back here? We could have just gone back to the opening room. Yeah, we were definitely not thinking straight here. We could have just gone back to that opening area. Because we have the clear condition, we just need to touch the flag. Oh. No. I was trying to be a bit risky there and just speed through, but I guess we have to do this whole segment again. It is a clear condition level, so we repeat the whole thing. Yeah, because we could have just come up here and touched this. I don't know why we just didn't even look at that properly. I mean, I guess like every flagpole in the game, once it does become a flagpole, it's pretty well disguised. Okay. Good enough. It's been collected. Oh, actually I have to be careful now. Particularly if some of the swords get sapped. Oh, I think I skipped over one of the magic Koopas I was supposed to hit too. Well, I still have to loop around a little bit here. Usually you should be up to 3 out of 5 at this point. I think. Okay. we'll see which one I missed down below when we get to it. Yeah, because we neglected somebody there. Okay, back down we go, and yeah, there was a magic Koopa here that was a stray that we didn't catch. Okay, so that's been filled, so now we can just go back. And straight to the exit. At this point, we took so long with this, unnecessarily so. I do love the way that the stretch boots are kind of pinned down to the right, though, to create that look and that animation. That's a really neat touch. Lots of little visual gags like that all over. We'll finish World 6 and see how we're doing after this level to determine if we want to push through the rest in one session or if we want to save it for a short follow-up broadcast. It depends on how we do in the Shadow Temple. Anyway, let's look at this properly and all right. Whoops. And looking at this slot in the middle here, that looks really quite suspicious. Oh, we just need to hit that on top, whatever it was. Well, in order to have somewhere to go with this. Okay, it looks like you're allowed to drop through, then we go through the door here, off screen. Because the camera is frozen in position. Well, there definitely has to be some way to proceed. Let's see what's gotten us this time. I mean, we can just drop. No, didn't think so. There's something I failed to interact with there that we need to pay closer attention to. And after the POW, we'll see what happens. Okay, so this is where we got to previously, and that's the exit. This looks like it's some kind of locking sequence. Oh, nope, hang on. That's the activation. Didn't realize that. Maybe you should have looked at some clues first. Yeah, quite a lot going on off screen that we need to take care of here. Oh, maybe so. Let's continue. And, oh, no, that's a bad idea. How do we do that? Although it actually almost looked reachable. Okay, that's it for that. Let's continue. As usual for the SMB1 Vine Climb. And the order here is going to matter. Oh, shouldn't have started collecting these. Well, oh, no, hang on. Didn't mean to do that. I was trying to get into a dash. Not tap that, but that's just what happens sometimes when you're in the habit of tapping the Y button first before you're really starting to get going. Okay, so right side here doesn't really look that accessible at the moment. Left side here has all this going on. So it seems like there's a particular... So, nope, once again I was trying to get into a dash and we just tapped by mistake. Well, let's see what we have here. Okay, we need to figure this out properly. A little bit inattentive. Let's not go to the bottom path because there's just too much possibility of accidental tapping. We're just gonna get all of these, but we need to figure out how to read that properly. Let's see about that key. Trying to look at the background art here too to see if anything might be relevant. Well, I mean, I don't think we're going to make this jump necessarily. But it seems like something was supposed to activate the note block on the top right, although there's a total vacancy there right now, so. Okay, so I'm missing something obvious. Some kind of clue that gives me the order here, which I absolutely do not remember. Because you got this bit up here that... we'll need to figure out somehow. I mean, it can't just be trial and error or anything. There has to be something else that we could do here to move all this. Something that's going to get us a key. And we can try to make this jump, but I kind of doubt it. Can't be that. But we did have to check to make sure. Oh, and then this seems to depend on the PAL block first of all. Just looking at the background carefully to see if there's anything else we should be whacking with a sword, some kind of irregularity in there. See, I'm trying to think about it in conjunction with the original light solution to the real Shadow Temple. Okay, so I see. It's the sound effect. This is the only effect, so it's got to be this. That's what it was. Just needed to pay attention slowly without dashing into every single thing. That took too long. Can't believe we had so many issues spotting that. Might as well pick up what we can defensively. Oops. Then what are the slot here? Trying to see if we can fall in and bump. Nope, not really. We need a sword. And a state switch. Okay, let's think about this for a moment. Well, you can just blow up the top with some bombs and see what that does. Opens the passage. I'm just thinking if there is an on-off switch that we need to deal with, what would be the logical place? Because it looks like we should be able to push the plant over, drop it to the left, and get around it. Seems like that's the only thing that looks even remotely viable. And yeah, that's not going to happen. You do need to be grounded going into that. Okay, under this muncher, there's something probably very obvious that I'm just completely blanking on as well. None of the blocks below are really within range. The Munch is kind of a hard stop when it comes to collision. So yeah, if we have some kind of on-off state switch, but which still allows us to reverse, that would be ideal. But yeah, I can't really see how it is we get out of this situation. Well, if we need to displace the Piranha, let me think about what kind of tool set we actually have for this. We don't know what else is sitting on here. I mean, it looks like a very strict gate, but at the same time, it seemed to have a... What was I about to say? Yeah, have about a... Actually, no, forget about it. I completely lost track of what I was saying there. I was still kind of fixated on what to do over here. I mean, normally you would need to push into it. Alternatively, we find some kind of on-off switch that I haven't revealed as yet. Not sure there is one, though. I mean, we've put ourselves in this state where we actually don't have a return path either. Everything should technically be provided up top there, but let's see. Okay, so you got a muncher here. You can't really shield bump it, despite some of the other angles I've been trying. Yeah, we're in time trouble now, too. See, part of it is I don't remember the original Shadow Temple well enough to provide context. Because that almost certainly would have helped here as well. To the left, we see what I think is essentially the star pattern, or the collection point pattern, as it were. But I don't know how to make use of that information. We can't even get out of here, really. I don't have an exit at the moment. I'm just going to take a look at this again to see if there's something we can do with the arrangement of the blades as is. I mean, essentially, you know, we need a state toggle. That's the only way we're getting through that. Unless the gap actually is really strictly a gap, which... may or may not have been the case. Let's just put something here in case it blows up something, another tile out. Yeah, I'm not seeing this for some reason. I am probably just missing something obvious, but there's something that I've overlooked about that room specifically, and we find ourselves starting all the way from the top. There could also be some kind of off-screen interaction that we had planned for, because that's sort of been the story of this whole run so far, is that okay, we need to top this. Well, yeah, because it's got this. Right, because the PAL here takes care of it. In its original state. Now, where do you go from there? So we filled in that block as per the usual instructions. Yeah, there's something about protocol here that we're missing. It's got to be something to do with the way the spike blocks were arranged on the left side there. But in no way can I see what it's going for. No hint yet. I'm still working on it, but thank you for asking. And we've blown up this bit here. Let's think about this. You know what? What if you unblock this? And then come back here and then see if we can spawn something else there with it unblocked. No, nothing so far. At least we got rid of that as a potential obstruction. You know what? No. You know what? Pegasus dash into this. Shock it down. No, it doesn't work. Wrong game for that to work. Yeah, there's something I've just completely forgotten about this. Or rather, first of all, forgotten about the original Shadow Temple, and secondly, just staring at it and thinking about how we can apply what we're seeing on the left side, if possible. You know, that's actually something to do with order, perhaps. Order of tapping the 5 interactables on the other side, maybe. I don't know, because it seems like it only is encouraging you to tap the first one. But it looks like that's a clue for some kind of sequence of 5, doesn't it? But if that's the case, then how come it's just responding to that first single tap that we did? And moreover, we can't even get there anyway. Like, we're not able to get back to the previous room. I'm missing something really obvious, like... I mean, what do we have for sword? We have sword, arrow, bomb, diagonal thrust, a whole bunch of the other variations as well. I just don't see what to interact with here necessarily. I mean, you know, this is dangling off the top. Maybe if we tap it like this. That's it. Yeah. Okay, that took me too long to find. Or maybe not being as sharp about this as we usually expect. That is some really bad luck to not hit that. Yeah, yeah. Because didn't I lunge for that previously? Didn't I think about that previously and then see nothing and bypass it? And maybe that's why I had a blind spot for it, because I thought I'd tried that. Or that something else had blown up there previously. Okay, well, no wonder we took so long then. Okay, same idea as before, except with Fanto this time. Whoops. Yeah, there's definitely an issue sometimes when we mentally write off something as having already been tried or already been solved. Can't necessarily remember that actually is true. Anyway, we can get up here to this location. Can we? No, we can't. Well, the spike ball is just mainly functioning for the goom dispensing. I think we actually just go back this way and through, but I think we can probably get up above this block like this and ride it out this way. That looks right. Likewise, I think we're able to just get on top of that location. I bet we can. Let's just get up here. 30 seconds remain. We do need to be a little cautious about this. And not so cautious that we burn up all our time, but here's the state switch acting once again a little more in our favor. No, we'll just have to do it this way. 6 seconds. We're going to grab the flag now. Plenty of time to spare, as you can see. Yeah, too bad we dropped the boot, because it seemed like we could have continued further on the right side if we kept it just slightly longer. But anyway, let's get out of this bit. And let the music kick in. And whoop, nope, nothing to work with except this sword, which we'll take gladly. Anyway, back in the boots. Let's just let the skewer get out of the way first. Oh, whoops. Very self-inflicted that time. Oh. And then this one here just need to be little bit cautious. Well, as long as we don't just slip into a crack for no reason, we should be okay here. No. It's gonna be a problem. In particular, we can't reach this now. Yeah, we actually did need the boot. And it doesn't look like I can really continue without it. Well, we can scout ahead over here. That's just the exit and checkpoint on that side. Okay. Seems pretty manageable. We just need to not lose the sword quite so readily. Okay, and then down this way. So we will have to keep the boot. That's something we'll need to be a lot more cautious about. Now here, though, it kind of looks like, well, we'd bop our head on the ceiling over there, but it looks like it's structured in such a way that we kind of have to drop the boot almost. Except no, of course not. We've known from experience that you have to keep it. No. I mean, you can't really afford to miss. It has to be a direct hit. Okay, now let's just do this. We just need to aim a little bit better. No, and then... Yeah, the problem is losing the boot here is a problem to the point that it feels like a lock, essentially, that you truly have trouble continuing past that point unless there's something else technical I've just kind of blanked on again. For no good reason whatsoever. Definitely a very thorough experience in the Space 1 level, as has been true for all of the dungeon remakes so far. Okay, let's watch out here. Then we absolutely have to hit. There we go. And then this enforces a climb to drop the boot, so let's set it away. We get coin 2. We know where coin 3 is. It's under the first checkpoint. Oh, round 2. Kind of interesting that each of those is sort of a phase to itself here. Now, what is it about this block? Yes, it does allow you to do a climb here as necessary. And that does open that additional key, but then, yeah, you can drop down here after that. So I guess we try to survive with the additional key. Or just open this up directly. Okay, well, I mean, we've been given a really thorough tutorial on this mechanic here. We just need to get things accurately from this point. Three hits, and then that's it. Okay, that took quite a bit longer than expected because of blanking on that spot in the first section where we spawned a POW, but because it was in the first section and before checkpoint 1, the timer definitely does not reflect how many issues we were having with it. Well, we've got the Gerudo Desert here, and then we've got the Ganon sequence after that. I was thinking about this, thinking if we will continue this on the current stream, or if we want to separate this out a little bit, since I think in the last few stages we were definitely running into a couple of issues with tuning out of this a little bit. I mean, you know, it's been a really great and thorough experience so far, but yeah, I've been running a little bit long today. So let me think about this. I think that it kind of makes sense. So typically, lately I have not been able to stream on the day after this. But if it's just Worlds 7 and 8 remaining, and if we do hit some potential snags, then it might make sense to save that for a second stream, and if we have time for some bonus content at the end, all the better. But if not, then we can afford to run sort of a short abbreviated session tomorrow to cover 7 and 8 together in a chunk, because then it'll be maybe a bit more of an energetic playthrough, and we can get things back on track after having some basic visualization issues in the previous stage or two. So yeah, let's save it. Let's try to come back for it tomorrow. If it's a short broadcast, then that's okay. That just means I'm able to fit it in at all, but today we'll probably stall out right about here. This has been a really interesting experience so far, though. Quite a lot to talk about. And I think, as I've been saying, I think when it comes to the original games, when it comes to the 3D Legend of Zelda series, that unlike with a lot of people who perhaps experienced Ocarina right when it launched it back in 1998, I've found that relative to the other 3D games, it has not been particularly dear to me. It's more one of those games where you respect what went into the design and the tremendous amount that it got right in the first try, and of course it has an unforgettable musical score that's been able to sustain a Mario Maker project of this scope. But one of the things that I've found to be very invigorating about this experience so far of playing through Mario Maker levels that have been tracing their way through Ocarina of Time end to end is that in some ways it's kind of improved my memory of the original game and sort of made me rethink, oh, maybe I did actually like these sections a lot more than I remembered, and that there's something kind of endearing about them that the Maker levels here have brought back, which I think speaks very highly to the quality of this tribute. But yeah, the remaining levels in the Gerudo Desert and beyond, with the Spirit Temple, Ganon's Tower, etc., I think it makes sense to take our time with them properly and kind of get into them fresh. And so we'll be back to that soon enough. For now, we'll leave you with Mario 3 desert music that I think has long since been eclipsed by the Gerudo desert music, which we'll hear when we get into the entry into the zone very soon, which appropriately is across that bridge. So we'll find a destination to send you folks off to in just a moment, but in the meantime, thank you so much for watching. It's unfortunate that we can't just roll it all into one marathon session the way that I often prefer to do, but we'll do what's best for showing off the content properly. And until we are able to continue, as soon as I can get back on, have a wonderful day ahead of you. Enjoy whatever you may be making of the weekend. And, as always, fare thee well.